The musician community at large, not just the jam band community, but pretty much all the way around, has always given back. Because it seems to be that that's the way we roll. And people always kind of look towards musicians to be the ones to help when help is needed. You know, the Rex Foundation pretty much kind of, to me, it represents the philanthropic and spiritual side of the Grateful Dead. When I think of what they did to give back, I think of the Rex Foundation.
My dad, Michael Grant, took guitar lessons from a young Jerry Garcia at Dana Morgan Music in Palo Alto in the early 60s. Dad was an undergrad student at Stanford University, fresh from Abilene High in Abilene, Texas, and it was a culture shock for him, to say the least. And he tells the story about taking a handful of lessons from Garcia and said, you know, he wasn't the greatest instructor. He just wanted to play all the time. And I kind of read this a couple of ways, and I've talked to others about this, that Garcia's teaching style was just to play and get immersed in it. And Dad, you know, may or may not have misinterpreted that, but I just have to believe that Jerry Garcia, being who he was, must have really dug my little old dad from Texas and the songs he sang, because Dad had this amazing, chirpy, beautiful voice and strummed solid rhythm and was self-taught. Sang Johnny Cash, Elvis, Carl Perkins, all the stuff that Garcia dug. And I kind of have this image of my dad singing a song and playing the guitar and Garcia backing him up, and what that might have sounded like. And Dad, who was never a Deadhead, I eventually got him into the Grateful Dead when we would sing Ripple together and songs like that. And then I'd put on some Grateful Dead and he might say something like, I taught him that lick. So it's just a funny thing, you know, if my dad had any inkling of an influence on Garcia along the way with his soulful Texas singing style and strumming style, you know, that's just some kind of magic that we will never know for sure. But here's a song that my dad used to sing, and it goes all the way back to Jimmy Rogers, who Garcia totally dug, and this predates, obviously, the bluegrass influence. But this is a song they might have sat and played together in one of those guitar lessons back in the early 60s, called All Around the Water Tank. All around the water tank, waiting for a train. I'm 1,000 miles away from home, sleeping in the rain. I walked up to a brakeman just to give him a line of talk. He says, if you've got money, boy, I'll see that you don't walk. I haven't got a nickel, not a penny can I show. He says, get off, you railroad bum, and he slammed that boxcar door. Yole, yole, yeah, yole. Put me off in Texas, a state I dearly love. Wide open spaces around me, that old moon and stars above. Nobody seems to want me or to lend me a helping hand. I'm on my way from Frisco and I'm going back to Dixieland. My pocketbook is empty, and my heart is filled with pain. I'm 1,000 miles away from home, waiting for a train. Yole, yole, yole. Here's an old song that Garcia performed with Olden in the Way and the Jerry Garcia Acoustic Band, and as well on the infamous Pizza tapes, called Drifting Too Far from the Shore. Out on the perilous deep, where danger so silently creep, and the storm so violently sweep, you're drifting too far from the shore, drifting too far from the shore, drifting too far from the peaceful shore. Come to Jesus today, let him show you the way. You're drifting too far from the shore. Today the tempest rose high, and the clouds o'ershadowed the sky. Sure death is hovering nigh, you're drifting too far from the shore, drifting too far from the shore, drifting too far from the peaceful shore. Come to Jesus today, let him show you the way. You're drifting too far from the shore. Oh, I meet a terrible fate when mercy's abundantly waits. Turn back before it's too late. You're drifting too far from the shore, drifting too far from the shore, drifting too far from the peaceful shore. Come to Jesus today, let him show you the way. You're drifting too far from the shore.
evening, everybody, and welcome. We're the Kitchen Dwellers. Thanks for having us on the Daze Between.
Cried at the mark just as plain as day, and it could not be denied. Say the chain got a bullet, he was throwing loaded dice. Ace of spades behind his ear, and him not thinking twice. Half step, Mississippi uptown, Toodaloo. Hello, maybe I'm going goodbye. Have a cup of the rock and rye. Farewell to your southern skies. I'm on my way, on my way. Get yourself a pound of chard and seal that silver mine. Lost my boots in transit, babe, a big ass pile of smoking leather. Now to retread to my feet and pray for better weather. Half step, Mississippi uptown, Toodaloo. Hello, baby, I'm going goodbye. Have a cup of the rock and ride. Farewell to your southern skies. I'm on my way, on my way. And the rails. What's the point of calling shots if this queue ain't straight in line? Cuba made of styrofoam and no one's got the time. Half step, Mississippi uptown, Toodaloo. Well, hello, baby, I'm going goodbye. Have a cup of the rock and ride. Farewell to your southern skies. I'm on my way, on my way. I'm on my way. Across the Rio Grande, across the lazy river, 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 across the Rio Grande, across the lazy river. Across the Rio Grande, across the lazy river, across the Rio Grande, across the lazy river, across the Rio Grande, across the lazy river, across the Rio Grande, across the lazy river.
Well, folks, we hope you're having a good weekend out there. We hope you're all staying safe and healthy and happy. Thanks for tuning in to the Daze Between. I think these are the days between, if you think about it. But who knows? These might just be the days. The other ones might have been between. And now we're going to play you a song between songs for the days between days. This is a song we've never played before, but we've wanted to for quite a while. So this is a good excuse to learn it, I think. Okay, here we go. Catch hold of the moon. They both are too heavy, so what can you do? Reach for the stars, smack into the sky. You don't wanna live, but you're chicken to die. Oh, you're chicken to die. Run, run, run for the roses. The quicker it opens, the sooner it closes. Short on the red. Got your good ideas, but your cash is all spent. The trouble with love is it's other face. You just want to cut, but you don't want to race. No, you don't want to race. Run, run, run for the roses. The quicker it opens, the sooner it closes. There's a fire. If you got the door, I got the me. And I got the notion that we're all at sea. Yes, we're all at sea. Run, run, run for the roses. The quicker it opens, the sooner it closes. Man, oh friend of mine. All good things and all good times. Saying run. For the roses, the quicker it opens, the sooner it closes. Man, oh, friend of mine. All good things and all good times. They're saying all good things and all good
Well, please don't dominate the right jack if you got nothing new to say. And if you please don't make up the track, this train's got to run today. Spend a little time on the mountain, spend a little time on the hill. And some might say you better run away, other times you better stand still. Now I don't know, but I've been told that it's hard to run with the way to go. But then again, well, I heard it said it's just as hard with the way to live. darkness has got to give. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. It's gonna lift. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. It's gonna lift. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. It's gonna lift. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. But this darkness has got to give. One way or another. One way or another. One way or another. This darkness has got to give. Thanks, folks. Thanks for tuning in.
Pigeons playing ping pong, the Daze Between. Back in February of 2020, before Corona, Pigeons were in San Francisco playing the Great American Music Hall. It's a legendary venue. Back in August of 1975, the Grateful Dead played a legendary concert there, which later became One from the Vault. It was released in 1991. They performed all of Blues for Allah at that show. It was almost like a record release party. The Grateful Dead only played 4 concerts in 1975, and 3 of them were actually billed as Jerry Garcia and Friends, but ended up being the whole band, all of the Grateful Dead. This particular show at the Great American Music Hall was billed as the Grateful Dead. And so when we were at the music hall back in February with Pigeons, I was telling the band about that particular show and that particular venue and that particular time and a little bit of the history behind it. And it was sort of a cool little hang backstage that seemed to be inspiring for Greg and Jeremy, who I was mostly talking to about it. And when they went out and played that night, they said they could really feel the vibes of the Grateful Dead and the Great American Music Hall. So here's Pigeons playing Ping Pong, playing Franklin's Tower, which is actually on that One from the Vault record, recorded in this very venue that we're talking about, Great American Music Hall, in 1975. Performing it here on Daze Between, celebrating the life and the music of Jerry Garcia. Enjoy.
Forgotten space, your eyes look to your mother's face. Wildflower seed in the sand and song. May the fall winds blow you safely home. Roll away the dew. Roll away the dew. Roll away the dew. Roll away the dew. That hangs a bell. It can ring, turn night to day. It can ring like fire when you lose your way. Roll away the dew. Roll away the dew. You got to roll away the dew. Roll away the dew. Paradise waits on the crest of the wave, her angels in flames. She has no pain, like a child she's pure, she is not to blame. Poised for flight, wings spread bright, spring from night into the sun. Don't stop to run, but she can fly like a lie, she can't be outdone. Tell me the cost, I can pay, let me go, tell me love is not lost. Sell everything, without love day to day, insanity's king. But free. Well, I was blind all the time, I was learning to see. Well, yeah. don't fly away. Well, I love what I love and I want it that way. I will say one more day, like I say, honey, it's you. Making it two. Without love in a dream, it'll never come true.
Hey, hi everybody out there. Amazing time of life that we're having right now. And we're all gathered, of course, to celebrate our main man and a wonderful inspiration to all of our lives, Mr. Jerry Jerome Garcia. And, you know, I was really lucky to work with him in both bands, the Grateful Dead, and start the Jerry Garcia band with him, only because I was the youngest guy around and nobody wanted to go to nightclubs every night. But that opened up a beautiful thing for me. And I love to share the insights of all that with everybody. And so I'm honored to be invited to the Daze Between. You know, it was something that was hard to accept at first for me when people started talking about that. But then it makes a lot of sense to me now, because we have to pay tribute to all people that brought us up to a higher level in life, you know? And we don't meet, you meet a lot of people that are great people. There's so many good people on the earth, thank goodness. But Jerry was a real special, good person. And to work with him and to be around him and to see what that all created, it still blows my mind that the generations are gonna go by and understand him a little better now. You know, he never wanted to be worshipped or anything like that, but he certainly was the kind of guy that got his point across through his music.
You know, we want to talk a little bit about roadies and supporting roadies and crew members. And one of the things that I learned in my time working with everybody was that there was no distinction between a crew member, a band member, an office person, a man. You know, we were all one unit. And that's something that is somewhat unique, but I think everybody stands it's a good lesson to emulate it, because we learned so much from one another, and that's what lifted the boat all the way to the top, right?
Well, all that came from Jerry's love of workers, you know, and paying attention.
Right.
There were no other bands. I worked for other bands, Quicksilver with Healy, and we had a crew, but it wasn't the camaraderie. We tried to have that there, but, you know, the band was in a different state of flux. And the Grateful Dead had that built to last feeling, you know, but also you also knew that we were all in it together. And that was something that Jerry instilled. And he respected workers and whatever they did. And he would come to the shows always in the afternoon, way early before anybody else in the early days. And he watched everything that everybody did. So he knew everybody's job, and he would hang out at the office, and he knew what everybody did there too.
Right.
Everybody else did a little of that, you know, and came through there, and they were aware, but he studied it. And he was very proud of this whole thing that was created out of it.
Absolutely.
And the many spin-offs in every direction, you know, look at how many things now are still going on.
That's
and
right.
Without a lot of the initial things, like, you know, we'd sit there at meetings and we all had a say. That's very rare where everybody has a say like that. Sometimes it would make for chaos, but I think we got to the heart of the matter that way too.
We did.
Because everybody had different observations.
That reminds me, on the first day that we met in person, I obviously had seen the Dead a bunch, and, you know, my last show was the Deer Creek show with the wall coming down behind the lawn, and that second show getting canceled due to the bomb threat. But we had never met in person. I was just a fan then. But fast forward a few years, and we had String Cheese out with you guys, with Phil Lesh and friends.
Right.
And I had the pleasure of connecting with you and Robbie. When String Cheese was playing, we were playing out at Red Rocks, and you guys were owning your stage, as you should have, and had your feet kicked up, probably taking advantage of some of Colorado's finest. And yes. I just thought you guys shouldn't be on the stage at the time. So I went down and asked Ian Kinnersley, who was out touring with us at the time, to walk over and see if you and Robbie could get your asses off the stage. And he knew damn well that was not going to go over well. So I think he went over to Mary Condi and asked her to come over and talk to you guys.
Oh, that was smart. That was smart.
And I will tell you that the next night, you guys were so witty and funny, and took that message from Jerry, which is like, you know, every moment's a teaching moment, and the kiss of the Grateful Dead. You guys had set up chairs behind Mickey and Billy for me and Mary, and you walked, Robbie walked us out on stage, made us sit there for a good 10 minutes with the lights right on us during Phil's set, just to make a point. And you know, the beauty behind taking a situation and just trying to turn it into something beautiful, but also with a little, you know, Grateful Dead kiss. It's a beautiful way. And you know, we're not seeing anybody that I can tell, you know, replacing that sentiment, replacing the amount of people that you all touched. And you know, the memory and the message like continues to live on today in the Rex Foundation and in so many other areas. And so, you know, I just want to thank you for your massive contribution, not just to music, but you know, to the industry at large, because there's a lot of practices that still happen today that, you know, directly come from not just the organization, but the live shows and the camaraderie that you all had. I was reading a couple of weeks ago that story of you and Rex and the hotel room catching on fire. And I just thought of all the trials and tribulations that you've all been through together. And I'm honored to be on the Rex board, because I think the spirit through Rex, you know, kind of lives on for some who never even had the opportunity to see the Dead, the Grateful Dead, that is.
The Grateful Dead, when we started, and with Jerry Band too, we got hit on by so many people for benefits all the time, all the time. And so the Rex Foundation came up as an idea to cover what we wanted to and to help the people we wanted to with a series of shows, you know, and try to conglomerate some of the benefits. Benefits still came up all the time anyway, but we always gave back through that. Then at the time we came up with that idea, at the very same time, Jackson passed away. And we were all so shocked. He died in a car accident, and it was very shocking. But to name that after him, he was not the type of person, he wasn't a philanthropic type of human being. He really wasn't. He was a person who was a leader of men in groups, you know, in small groups. He could dominate. So we all had that personality like that, A-type personalities bumping up against each other. But that helped us to get down the road. The way he was always for the team, you know, and he had so much guts, so much raw courage that he inspired us. And that was it was a great loss when we lost him. So to name that after him, it was actually, you know, Jerry's idea and Bobby's. They came up with it. We started kicking it around, and we laughed to ourselves. Isn't that funny? But it is fitting, because he had such a regal name as Rex Jackson. It made a lot of sense. The Rex Foundation rolled right off your tongue, you know. And I'm so glad that it's still living. I mean, it basically was on life support at different times, so many different changes through the years, everybody being busy and things dissolving a little bit more. And you guys have done a great job, Cameron, you and Nadia, you know, being part of the board. It's great people. Is Bill Walton still on the board?
Bill's involved, Mickey's involved, Bob's involved. You know, we got a good group of board directors. We're having some fun. And, you know, to segue a little bit onto this Rex Roadie Fund, and we'll talk to Mickey a little bit about it in a few minutes, but, you know, it seemed like a logical thing at this particular point in time that Rex Foundation lends its name, its support, its history to the plight of working crew members on the road who are no longer able to go on the road and are having a difficult time. I mean, the musicians, some of them are having a difficult time too, but we partnered up with a group called Sweet Relief, who has been established for, gosh, over 20 years, that helps musicians who have health-related issues and age-related issues in terms of financial security. And when the COVID thing hit, the crews all were out of work instantly, as many of us have been affected. And we thought it would be an appropriate thing to kind of step into the fold with Sweet Relief, who has this great legacy of helping musicians and some crew in a very direct way. And Nadia, I know you've been doing some things as well, but on another level, many levels. And through all our efforts, we're going to really make a difference and get everybody back on the road and get back to playing music is what we want to see happen. So, we encourage people to, if you have the ability to make a donation during this telecast or live stream, if you will, a lot of that money is going to go help crew members along with other musically inclined, important efforts that people are undertaking across the country.
It's a monumental task. There are so many behind the scene workers and every, venue across America that are really hurting right now. Nightclubs are just dropping like flies, as a lot of things are. I mean, let's face it, it's a new world now.
Right.
And this is a good segue to help people to stay afloat. Because all we need to do is make it through a little bit of time here, and we all pull together, and it's all going to come back eventually,
Right. Yeah, and all of us on this call and all of us who are watching this live stream intuitively understand the healing power that music has. So
yes,
we have this great opportunity this week to listen to all this wonderful Grateful Dead related music from all kinds of different bands, all of whom have been influenced in one way or another by what Grateful Dead did during its career, continues to do. And it's a testament to the power of community, the power of music, and the power of hard work to make it all happen, really.
I just wanted to highlight that, the gig workers and the independents are most at risk right now. These are the ones who have the inability to rely on corporations or deep pockets of funding. And so we need to be doing everything we can to be looking out for, gig workers and other independents. They're independent agents, independent managers, these organizations, NEBA and NIDO, that Steve was commenting on. A lot of the venues are really struggling right now, and the independents who represent these artists as well. So I think now's the time for everyone to think about their favorite shows and their favorite artists and see all the people that Steve mentioned behind the scenes and start contributing to Rex Foundation, the Rex Roadie Fund, and other organizations like it to support people, during the pandemic until it's safe to get back to work.
That's right.
Hello, my name is Eric Steinberg. I'm with Sweet Relief Musicians Fund. I'm the Executive Vice President of Development and Artist Relations over here. I've been with the charity for about 10 years. Sweet Relief has been around for about 27 years, ever since our founder, Victoria Williams, was diagnosed with MS while on tour with Neil Young. What happened was she had a lot of friends in the music business, and they cut an amazing album for her. Lou Reed, Lucinda Williams, Pearl Jam, Soul Asylum, an incredible lineup, and they put out an album that raised a bunch of money, according to Vic, more than she needed, and so she started Sweet Relief Musicians Fund to help other musicians who were in the same situation but didn't necessarily have such fancy friends to raise money for them. So the fund has been around since then, providing financial assistance to career musicians and music industry workers who are struggling financially due to illness, disability, or age-related problems. We also help anyone in the music business who has suffered because of the COVID-19 pandemic, has suffered from loss of income, which unfortunately is pretty much everyone, and you can imagine how many applications we've received. We have also received a lot of help. We've received help from the Rex Foundation, and we're very grateful. They've helped us provide grants to a lot of crew members who are in need, and we have a new partnership with the Rex Foundation. Cameron Sears came to us and asked if we'd be interested, and of course it was an immediate yes. We love Cameron. We've worked with him many times over the years. This is the latest partnership. It's called the Rex Roadie Fund at Sweet Relief, and we are providing, again, grants and financial assistance to crew members, roadies, and all the behind-the-scenes guys who make the shows happen. can apply at sweetrelief.org/RexRoadieFund. We'll probably put the link up here somewhere. And if you need some help, please reach out via the website. It's a really simple application process. If you would like to help, you can also go to the website, and there's lots of different ways to donate, buy merch. We thank you for watching this today. Is a big help too. And we're really grateful to Rex, to Cameron, to Tori, to everybody over there for helping the music community when it's needed most. Hard times, and good people at Rex Foundation have really stepped up. And so we at Sweet Relief are very grateful. And thank you to all who are watching and enjoyed the show. And thanks again.
Here's what I love about the Grateful Dead generally. I always thought of them as America's musical venture capitalists. They took enormous risks, and sometimes the magic worked and sometimes the magic didn't. But part of it is having trust and faith that people and songs and gigs can grow. And that's who we give money to, is people who are at the beginning of the chain. Right? It's not American Red Cross. It's people with budgets of $10,000 a year and $50,000 a year. And we make a difference to them, and they make a difference to their communities.
Whoa, hey.
Hey.
Funny seeing you here.
Totally. Been here for a while.
Yeah. What have you been up to?
Nothing.
Nothing, yeah. I mean, I've been on this island since February. Anything changed?
Coronavirus.
Violence from coast to coast.
Murder hornets.
Regis Philbin has died at the age of 88.
No.
No? So yeah, we got this, we made a couple new songs. We got some old tracks of Neil singing a couple of Grateful Dead tunes, Mountains of the Moon and Ship of Fools. And we decided to kind of try and recreate the moment as if we were all there playing them live, right?
Yep, it was just Neil and guitar for Ship of Fools, and we filled in the rest. And then Mountains of the Moon was something that Neil and I did ages ago that we filled in the rest on that too. So it's I suppose it's our first vocal releases.
Yeah. So what, we sent it to Mark, and then he played drums on it, and then you and me took it over to my studio and added bass and keys.
Indeed we did.
Oh, and Austin and Clay sang some backups.
Oh, look who it is.
Hey!
Hey! I knew you were
So we
here.
hope you enjoy it. Larry Sue approves. And maybe, what do we get? We need some, order up some pina coladas.
For sure.
mountains of the moon, electric mountains of the moon, all along the mountains of the moon. I hold the carrion crow, fall be I hold the carrion crow, bow and bend to me. Bend to me. Went to see the captain, strangest I could find. Laid my proposition down, laid it on the line. I won't slave for beggars' pay, likewise gold and jewels, but I would slave to learn the ways to sink your ship of fools, ship of fools, on a cruel sea, ship of fools, sail away from me. It was later that I thought, when I first believed you. Now I cannot share your laughter, ship of fools. So your first ship sink and drown from rocking of the boat, and all that could not sink or swim was just left that afloat. I would not leave you sinking down, but whoa, it makes me wild. 30 years upon my head to have you call me child, ship of fools, on a cruel sea, ship of fools, sail away from me. It was later that I thought, when I first believed you. Now I cannot share your laughter, ship of fools. The bottle stands empty as they were filled before. Time there was a plenty, but from that cup no more. No, I thought when I first believed you. Now I cannot share your laughter, ship of fools.
You know, we're honoring Jerry in these days between right now, and all of us that got to work with him were very lucky. And the whole way that the crew, which we're talking about right now, started was because of the love that the Grateful Dead had for the guys that worked with them. You know, Mickey will jump in here and tell you that there were no other crews at this time like that. And it all centered around Ramrod and a friend of his, Donald Rex Jackson. And before that, there was Laird Grant. You know, I learned from him. I studied with him, but he was a different kind of thing. It was not yet become a technical thing like it had. And so as we began to grow with technology, and, you know, everybody started off by doing one thing in the Grateful Dead crew, and that was working with Mickey. If you could work with Mickey, you made it. That was one of the tests to see if you could be a man enough to do it. Come on in, Mick, and say hi to everybody.
Hi. That's really well said, Steve. You're absolutely right about the respect that we had for the crew, because as we went as the crew went, you know, I mean, if the crew was good that day and everybody was feeling good, we were feeling good. And, you know, everything started really for me was Ramrod, you know.
Right.
That was one of the best days in the Grateful Dead history, I'll have to say. He knocked on the door. I was upstairs in Pigpen's room at 710, and he knocked on the door, and he said, "Who's that?" He said, "Name's Ramrod. Easy sent me." He said, "You need a good man." And I looked down. I go, "Oh, come on in." And that's when it started. You know, with Ramrod, and he was such a rock, and he was so innovative, and so then he called. Then it was starting to get a little bit too much for Ramrod, so he made the call to Rex, and then Rex came in, and together they were really.
Now Jackson and Ramrod met in reform school. We really got to be friends there, and they had stolen a bottle of liquor from a farmhand's truck and got a year in the reformatory in Umatilla County, and they were bunkmates, and they got in a fight over a Camel cigarette that Ramrod had. Try it out, and Jackson grabbed it from him. And, you know, knowing them both, they were rough and tumble guys. They were true American spirited guys, and they were in a world up there that they opened up to the Grateful Dead, opened their minds up too. And we saw all that together. You know, you and I had been raised in big cities. They were from the country. And what we exchanged together was so beautiful, you know, and you were so great, always giving us a place at your ranch. You know, Ramrod lived there, Jackson lived there for a while. I was over in Rucka. And with Ramrod was the center, because if he okayed you, it opened doors for you. Once I met him, and he believed in me, you know, because Jackson would say, "You're just lucky Ramrod likes you." You know, he'd stick his finger in. That's true. You know, you're here because you got the job a million other guys want, man. And he was tough on us. Jackson was really rough when we were working, you know, but he always came through for the team. Boy, he was a loyal guy to the team, man.
Ramrod knew it had to be done right, whatever it was. You know,
very true.
I mean, he would invent something, and so would Rex. But back to Rex. Rex was a gentle giant. in a way, because he had a very big persona, and he didn't talk too much when he didn't want to talk, and we listened a lot, and but he was always for the underdog. I always liked that about Rex, and the things that couldn't, he was a conscience in a certain kind of way, as Ramrod was. Big, and I always remember Rex, besides, all the work we had done together and all the inventive things that him and Ramrod came up with, to keep the cymbal stands. No one nailed them down back then,
Right.
and so Rex played a real big part in that consciousness part of us.
Yes.
Yeah, he was well loved, and yeah, you're absolutely right. You needed to have if Ramrod, if he liked it, it was okay, and if he made it right, then you're in. I mean, the crew ruled, in some ways, because we knew the crew, yes, and we knew the crew knew what they were doing. We didn't know what we were doing. I mean,
well, when you guys were playing,
we just wanted to play.
We had to deal with the scene, and Jerry at a meeting had said, we'll take care of the front. You guys take care of the back, because you guys were helpless. When you're playing, you're vulnerable, and we wanted to protect you guys from that. And Jackson was great at that. I mean, I saw him punch a cop out. He had so much guts. He knew when to swing, and he had a powerful punch, man. And he knocked a cop out because they would come to shut the shows down when we played the Civic Centers. You remember? Yeah. They'd be there looking at their watch at exactly 11:30, and you guys would be playing. And we had to deal with that moment there, and he was so, of course, in those days, it was different laws. If you hit a cop, they didn't necessarily hit you with assault. That came later on where they got real sensitive,
Yes.
He had that guts, and he stood up to the Hells Angels at Altamont. He's the one that got knocked out too, because he went out there to try to stop what was going on. That was a lot of courage. He had a lot of courage as a human
That's
being.
a lot of courage.
But making him in charge of I always said, when Jerry and everybody said, let's put him as the Rex Foundation name, we knew he wasn't the most philanthropic person that we met. We knew that about him. But yet he still was, like you say earlier, he loved everybody, and he was a gentle person inside. He had, like we all do, we put that front out there, and then he would on acid, he would talk about things deep inside him. He had a life that was pretty interesting too. His dad was a lumberjack up there, and when he was 15 years old, he was in the Pendleton Roundup, man, picking up handkerchiefs with his teeth off of big Appaloosa horses.
That's right.
And you've seen him with horses. He was incredible horseman.
Yep. We rode many a mile on horseback, for sure. We've covered a lot of miles together. He was a good rider, intuitive rider. I remember there was a bar fight when we first started a new rider somewhere up there on the peninsula, and I don't know if you were there or not, but it was.
I heard about it. I wasn't there that night. No.
Yeah, and went there that night, but so. The bar fight broke out. All of the bikers came in, and punches started getting thrown. And the littlest biker guy went after Rex, and Rex just put his arm out and said, "Hey, guy, you don't want to do this." He just kept this guy, and then the guy tackled Rex, and then Rex got mad, and he just took him out. I mean, it was, but he wasn't mad. He just took him out, got up, and we started swinging. He was a rough and tumble guy when he had to be, but he really was a gentle guy. I think he was
trying to learn. He was trying to learn about culture and everything that the Grateful Dead brought. Nobody was there for, like you said earlier, we weren't there for the money, because you got to work for free a lot, and we never questioned that. You gave it your all. You always played your heart out. Everybody did.
Love to work came first.
Love to work for free. We always played better when we played for free. I always thought.
Mickey, talk a little bit about the early days of Rex and some grants that might have made a big impression on you, things that you brought to the table that you're particularly pleased with. The work with the monks, different projects that we've done together. so many great grants and so much good stuff.
So much good stuff. I can't begin. The Goethe Tantric Choir, that was a blessing, you know. Oh, and San Quentin. That was another one that Rex did. You know, that it allowed us to go into to go into San Quentin for about 3 months to work with the Christian choir there and get them up to speed, and then record a record inside of have a real 24-track machine go inside of a whole what do you call it? You know, a big semi in the main main yard. That was an accomplishment, and Rex made that happen, and that was a beautiful thing. So many things that we've done in the past that no one would do. The thing about Rex was, you know, we did the stuff. We believed that we did the stuff that the others didn't. You know, and like we always say, the stuff that fell through the cracks. That's where we were, and we were there for rainforest, giving the folks in Brazil, you know, cameras to shoot the destruction of their rainforest, needles, you know, to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic,
Camp Win a Rainbow.
Camp Win a Rainbow, my goodness, yes, for all those kids.
Cleaning up the bay, you know,
Sava.
cleaning up the bay and fisheries around the area, everything. Ecology, state parks, you know, Mickey's family is very active in that, helping keep the state parks open.
Right.
But, you know, it's the legacy that is interesting to me now, is what that started. Look at us now. Rex, as the organization, is a brilliant organization doing amazing things, and the whole Grateful Dead ethos, if you will, you know, permeates so much of American culture now, and our music that goes off in the airways in the world still. Now it's 60 years later, 50, 60, whatever years later, and look at it, you know, we're still strong. You know, the Grateful Dead is still going on in its music, and also in the it's the way of going. We had a great way of doing things, and people are starting to realize, like in business, you know, we weren't businessmen, but somehow we came up with the formula.
We always did benefits for everybody, for Black Panthers, Hells Angels, all kinds of people, including you know, every charity or anybody that came to us. We pretty much, the Indians, we tried to help them, the Native Americans, but all that stuff was what the Rex Foundation goes on to help. The legacy of that is incredible. We have affected the planet in a good way, I believe.
I think we have, and that's another interesting segue. You know, we intend to keep doing it, and we've been doing it. You know, one of the things that kind of the thread that ties this conversation all together is the fact that Rex and Steve were critical members of our family, road crew, band members, whatever. You know, we're now trying to help crew members that are having a difficult time as a result of COVID. So we've started the Rex Roadie Relief Fund because we thought it would be a great thing to extend Rex to the community that supported all of us for so long. And we're appealing to the audience during this live stream, if you will, to join us in celebrating the bands and the people who helped put them on the road. And one way of giving back to them is through this fund that we've created with Sweet Relief down in Southern California. So when you see the donate button on the window tonight, definitely check it out and do what you can to help think of a crew member in need.
Because it's for real, man. It's for real. It's not going to go to buy Cadillacs for every roadie out there because they don't drive. And it's not going to go to buy, you know, athletic supporters for all the ruptured roadies out there. Forget that. Because everybody has given a piece of their heart and soul to this business. And the people behind the scenes are very important to music. And it's all going to come back. It's all going to come back soon. But we got to just get ourselves there right now. We got to help each other float the boat to that next.
We came back, boy. I tell you, the Grateful Dead came back. It was crushing when Jerry passed on. But we picked up the pieces, and now we're back strong again. Rex kept going. There were troubled times, you know.
There were.
Cameron could tell us all about
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
Rex was on, you know, on his knees.
But you know, you make an excellent point, Mickey. When Jerry died, we were all devastated. We had no view of where we were going, and slowly but surely, we took some steps, and then we took some more steps, and then we started to run, and we had the Further Festival, and we did other things, and then all these variations came together, and it's been an amazing ride. I mean, you're not knocked out until you give up, you know, basically, right?
Right. We always thought the Grateful Dead would go on in some shape or form into the future, you know, and Rex is a big part of the Grateful Dead because we are the philanthropic arm of it all, you know.
Right.
And we founded it in that spirit. We wanted it to be, you know, what the boons that the Grateful Dead could do in different places could change lives, not the big gigantic grants, you know, that, you know, the big companies might make, but in a small way, it became very big, if you know what I mean. In its smallness, it was powerful. And that's what made Rex, and we can move fast. You know, we saw something that needed help. We didn't ask him for some paper. We just gave him money. We said,
did it on faith.
We did it. We just gave it to him. You know, they didn't even have to ask. You know.
Well, you know, right now I think we're almost to $10 million that we've generated and given away in increments that, you know, $5,000 to $10,000 a grant. So we've given to like 1,300 different organizations and people doing good work.
That's so great.
And it covers the gambit. So I often tell people that I think, you know, in a funny way, the Rex Foundation is like the hip United Way. There's something about every grant that we've given that will appeal to somebody. Because if you're into poetry, we got that covered. If you're into the environment, we got that covered. If you're into music in schools, we got that covered. Social justice.
We are everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, any of the things that we came across in our lives, we could go to the Rex and say, hey, I came to you a couple of times for different things and said, Cameron, I'd like to give 10 grand to these people. And you work it out for me, you know, and that was a very satisfying thing that we had a way to give to people too.
That's right.
Yeah, if it was important to you, it was important to us, you know. So when we said, okay, the way we work is if you've got firsthand experience and you think this is a good thing, you're our brother, we're going to go with it. You know, we trust you, you know, that's what
we have such a great board that stays with it all, and all these folks, all this year through the times when it was really lean and
Walton
support, and we weren't making any money for. Normally, that's how we supported Rex, by playing, you know, by playing shows. But when the shows stopped, Rex kept going on, and that was a wonderful thing because it gave other people the idea. We're not, you know, we're down, but we're not out at all. And we don't quit. And we thought Grateful Dead should be forever, and that's one of the things that Rex will do.
Well, exactly. The community will live on forever. The music will live on forever. The grants that have affected change will live on forever. You know, that
I won't. I don't think I have that.
I'm not sure I'm going to make it forever either.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But Steve, he
call
will.
me later. Call me later. I've just found something. I found something.
But if Rex was here right now, just listening to this conversation, hey Rex, listen up. Come on, this is really important. You got to hear this. Look what happened since you blew the coop. And he would smile and he would be really happy. And you, Cameron, has done such an amazing job. I mean, it wasn't for you. I don't know if Rex could really have made it. So you're a hero. You're the hero.
Thank you for saying that. But there's a lot of people that have contributed. You've contributed, and it is a tapestry with a lot of threads in it. That's for sure.
But you know, I got to say, Mickey's right. You showed the true spirit of Rex because there were times you could have walked away from it, you know, but you didn't, and you stuck it out. And you kept that together. And so we thank you for that. Because that's the boots on the ground, and that's the stuff that's important now. Really.
For all of us.
Yeah. And Rex was kind of like Santa Claus. in a way, you know.
Big time.
I mean, in my mind, the Grateful Dead was like Santa Claus, you know, and we just love to give it away.
A lot of people.
And it was really needed. And we know that even though our instruments were being repossessed at the time, we still had rights.
Still gave money away. Yep. Well, I think it's important for the fans to understand the history of all of this and how it comes from our heart. And we want to keep that spirit of community and generosity going. It's a great example on how to live your life. The Grateful Dead taught us so many different things about how to live our lives, good and bad. We learned some tough lessons, but we learned some really good lessons, and the good ones stay with us. So I thank you guys for taking the time to talk today. And you know, I hope everybody's enjoying the live stream this week. It's a celebration of Jerry. It's a celebration of what's good in humanity. And while we're in a difficult time, we're going to get through it and keep the faith. That's what I say.
Stay well.
Thank you, guys.
Stay safe, stay well. It'll be over someday.
Okay.
Sending love to everybody out there.
Thank you, Buzz.
Cameron. Thank
you, Buzz.
Steve.
Mama said, don't go near that river. Don't be hanging around no Catfish Joe. Come the morning, I'll always be there, walking in his footsteps in the sweet Delta dawn. So long ago, where the sweet magnolia blossom, where the cornfields are as white as snow. Catfish Joe was a river hobo, lived and died by the bed. Looking back, I still remember I was proud to be his friend. Mama said, don't go near that river. Don't be hanging around no Catfish Joe. Come the morning, I'll always be there, walking in his footsteps in the sweet Delta dawn. traded for a chestnut man. Lord, he never spoke in anger. Though his load was hard to bear. Mama said, don't go near that river. Don't be hanging around no catfish, John. Come the morning, I'll always be there, walking in his footsteps in the sweet Delta dawn. Walking in his footsteps in the sweet Delta dawn. Great North Special, would you all aboard? You can't find a ride like that no more. Not the chariot swung down low. 99 children had a chance to go. One long party from front to end. Two to the whistle around the bend. No great hurry, what do you say? Might as well try to be every day. Might as well, might as well. Might as well, might as well. Might as well, might as
Hey, this is Jeff from Poolside, and I'm here to talk about Shakedown Street. I just did a cover of that song with my band Poolside, and I'm a huge fan of the Disco Dead era, which I know isn't necessarily every Dead fan's favorite period, but as a fan of dance music, one of the things I really respect about the Grateful Dead is they were an American band that didn't show boundaries around being influenced by all sorts of music, black music, like jazz, blues, and even as far as disco, which for rockers of that period was pretty off-putting, I think. And that goes to show the real depth of musicality the Dead had as a band, and their fans had as just fans of music, and not really turning their back on a band that had some cool disco elements at a time when, you know, people in Chicago, the disco demolition movement that happened, you know, just really shows how cool the Grateful Dead are as a dancing American band. And that's why I was inspired to cover the song. After DJing it quite a few times, it would always go over well as a DJ. So I was like, well, damn, I gotta cover this thing too. So we made a cover, just came out to celebrate Jerry's birthday. And yeah, hope you guys like it. Thanks for making a really great song.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our screening of Fire on the Mountain.
Fire! Fire on the mountain!
This film was released last year, 2019, and I have the pleasure of welcoming an amazing group of people who were all involved in the creation of the film.
Fire on the mountain!
I would like to go ahead and quickly introduce my friend and colleague, Hillary Gleason, who's here on part of the Rex Foundation, to talk a little bit about Daze Between and this week's programming.
Set the angels in us free, Hillary. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Daze Between, a 9-day live streaming event benefiting the Rex Foundation and celebrating the life and legacy of Jerry Garcia. We at the Rex Foundation are so grateful for you tuning in today and donating what you can to support the Rex Foundation's mission of supporting small local organizations that are doing great work in their communities.
Awesome. Thanks, Hillary.
Fire on the mountain. Rex Foundation, 37 years. I was there at the beginning. There was a lot of us. And the days between this time have been spectacular, never better.
Thanks so much. We're so excited to bring this online for the first time and bring people together in a time when that is really needed. So thank you for being here, Bill, a man who needs no introduction, but I would ask that you please introduce yourself.
I'm Bill, and I'm a deadhead. And I was minding my own business, and everything was fine. And I was going through my emails, and I get 500 emails a day. And if I don't know who it's from, or if I can't figure it out in the first 2 sentences, I'm on to the next one. And so fortunately, I've got a very young guy with me, Nick, who at the end of each and every day, he's young like these other people on this show here, and he goes through everything and makes sure I don't miss anything. And so he called me up that night, as he often has to do, and he said, Bill, I think you might want to take a second look at this. And that was how I met Chris Benchetler. And now we have Fire on the Mountain. And so I couldn't quite figure it out because the email, I do get some crazed emails. And sometimes it's a little difficult for me to sort through what the ask is. And so when I finally got to the point where, okay, I sort of understand this, because at the very end of the email, he threw out David Lemieux's name. And so I quickly called David, who is directly below me in this shot. And then I quickly called Mark Pincus in the lower right-hand part of the screen. And so I will give it over to Mark Pincus, who is the head of Rhino Records, Warner Music Group, and just an outstanding set of circumstance who makes all of our dreams come true. Mark Pincus, please.
Thank you, Bill. Hi, I'm Mark Pincus. I'm a Deadhead. First show July 13th, 1984. That's where the trip all began for me. Being involved in this project is absolutely a dream come true. I've been skiing since before I started listening to the Dead. So that all came together. And it was interesting when Chris first reached out to me, and Chris's name was in there, Kimmy's name was in the email, Rob's name was in the email. And I called my daughter's boyfriend, who's a big skier and surfer and is very, very hip. And I said, Henry, do you know who these people are? And he goes, holy smokes, that is the equivalent of the Kobe, Michael Jordan, and Lisa Leslie of sports. And I'm like, oh, we want to work with them. And here we are on the year anniversary or so of this project. And it has just been an absolute pleasure to work on. And the person who makes the music and chose the music and was so involved with it and is involved with all things Grateful Dead, especially the music, is the band's longtime archivist, David Lemieux. David?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Bill. I'm David Lemieux, and I am the Grateful Dead's archivist and a few other things. I'm a Deadhead, saw the Grateful Dead quite a bit. Huge fan, obviously. And we've been working on, I'm also a skier, as Mark said, from before I was listening to the Grateful Dead, going back to about 8 or 9 years old. I've been a big skier going way back, and we did a ski license a couple of years ago. And as the licenses happen, the artwork comes in, and Mark and I saw the artwork and got on the phone and said, this stuff is incredible. And I'd heard Chris's name, but I didn't know he was also an artist. So as it turns out, Chris had created these wonderful skis. And a couple months after that, we got a call from the licensing team saying, oh, and Chris also is making a movie, ski movie, an outdoor movie, an action adventure movie. and he wants to use Grateful Dead music. And we said, well, let's see what he's got. And we saw the first clip we saw, I think Mark saw the same thing I saw, was the night skiing, the lit up night skiing. And Mark, I said, this is incredible stuff. And then the footage got bigger, and there was skiing and snowboarding, and there was surfing, and there was stuff up in, is it Norway? Is it Scandinavian oceans footage? It was the most amazing stuff. And then Chris put together the cut of the film, put in some really good music, and then my job was to come in. We kept quite a bit of what Chris and Tyler had already put in. And then I made some suggestions about things that felt good. And that's, to me, what it's all about, is trying different things. And they put in a bunch of the music that we suggested, and they had their own ideas. And you just kind of see what works. And some things work, you think they're going to work, and they don't, and some things do. And what we end up with is the perfect meeting of images, sound, and adventure. It's a wonderful film. It's one of the coolest projects I've ever worked on, and I've been with these guys 21 years.
I second that emotion, David. And Chris Benchedler, you and Kimmy, how did you guys get started with this program?
There was a lot just said right there.
How'd you get my email?
That is a good question. I think I got your email from.
Don't give up your sources, Chris. Don't give up your sources.
Yeah, friend of Mammoth. But I mean, Mark just related us to Kobe and some pretty incredible athletes. A lot was said there. We're very honored, and sadly, I would consider myself a Deadhead because I primarily listen to the Grateful Dead, but I was born in 1986, so I never saw Jerry. But here we are celebrating his life, and he did some amazing things for music and, for the Dead community. But long story short is it started with the ski, as you mentioned, and I am a very passionate person, and so I just kept building on that concept and had a lot of creative ideas coming from the artist side of things. And I have a very supportive wife who happens to be a badass snowboarder. So she was a big piece of that puzzle. And then I'm very good friends with Rob Machado, who's also on this call here. And he, we needed a surf element to tie it all together, because the improvisation that we face every day with skiing lines or riding waves or whatever it may be, tied directly into the Grateful Dead's music more than any other band out there. So we just wanted to make a film that represents that, spoke to the Dead community, and it's a scary place to enter. So having Mark and Bill and David as my wingmen to help me make sure we made an incredible movie was crucial, just to make sure we covered all our bases, and it's been an absolute pleasure to make.
So why don't we watch the movie? Or Kimmy, why don't you say something first?
I mean, he spoke very well for both of us. My name's Kimmy. I'm Chris's wife, also a pro snowboarder, and I'm just honored to be part of this and the whole movie. And it was Chris's vision that he really set into motion, and then everybody on this call, it's their support that really brought it to life. So thank you to everybody.
So why don't we watch the movie, Fire on the Mountain? And of all the things that I've done in my life, this is right up there as cool as they come, because I had no idea what was going down here. But I knew that Mark Pincus was involved, and I knew that David was involved, so that made it really cool. That was the seal of approval for me. But I hate cold weather. I've never skied. I've never gone to cold weather on purpose. I can't surf. I grew up with Rob Machado's family here in San Diego. Snowboarding is beyond my imagination. But then I got into all these people here, and I said, wow, this is as cool as it gets. So here we go, Fire on the Mountain. We'll be right back. The flame from the stage is spreading throughout the universe. Here we go.
I'm here to share a little story about an assorted lot of individuals all tuned into the same wavelength. They set sail into the unknown to create something they couldn't otherwise orchestrate on their own. Seemingly lost sailors on a journey to Fenario, or maybe Never Ever Land. Around each corner are notes and conversations waiting to be revealed. completely unique to the moment, fleeting, never to be replicated. Rehearse for greatness, my friends, for it's within nature that we examine our relationship with space and time. Listen for her cue and let the music find its course.
Gone are the days when the ox fall down. You take up the open plow the fields around. Gone are the days when the ladies said, please, Gentle Jack Jones, won't you come to me? Brown-eyed women and red grenadine. The bottle was dusty, but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting on. 1920 when he stepped to the bar, drank to the dregs of the whiskey jar. 1930 when the wall caved in, he paid his way selling red-eye gin. Brown-eyed women and red grenadine. The bottle was dusty, but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting Delilah Jones was the mother of twins, 2 times over, and the rest was sins. Raised 8 boys, only I turned bad. Didn't get the lickings that the other ones had. Brown-eyed women and red grenadine. The bottle was dusty, but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting tumble down the shack in Bigfoot County. Snowed so hard that the roof caved in. Delilah Jones went to meet her God, and the old man never was the same again. Daddy made whiskey and he made it well. Cost $2, burned like hell. I cut hickory just to fire the still. Drink down a bottle and ready to kill. Brown-eyed women and red grenadine. The bottle was dusty, but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old
Just as the music plays the band, the mountains shape the land, and the ocean carves the sand with one idea, one riff, one line, and then a dream. A dream that we can see, feel, and live. There is no simple highway here. The path is for your steps alone. With each step, we find ourselves anew. And when we get to the top of the mountain, we keep climbing. That's where the magic resides. The true X Factor. It reveals itself in the unexpected. We allow ourselves to grow and convince each other that it's worth the ride and all about the flow.
Please don't dominate the rap track if you got nothing new to say. If you please don't back up the track, this train's got to run today. I spent a little time on the mountain, spent a little time on the hill. Heard some say better run away, others say better stand still. Now I don't know, but I've been told it's hard to run with the weight of gold. On the other hand, I heard it said it's just as hard with the weight of lead. Who can deny, it's not just a change in style. One step done and another begun, and I wonder how many miles. I spent a little time on the mountain, I spent a little time on the hill. I saw things getting out of hand, I guess they always will. Now I don't know, but I've been told if the horse don't pull, you got to carry the load. I don't know whose back's that strong, maybe find out before too long. One way or another, this darkness got to give. One way or another, one way or another, one way or another, this darkness got to be.
The land beyond description is what we seek, where nothing is as it seems. Where we do what we want and go where we will, till things we've never seen become familiar. Ours is a trip of chance, where the end is never told. Know that there's far more than we can see or sense in each moment. The truth is elusive, something not easily expressed in words, but the answer is out there. And in the changing light of life, we now let the words be yours, because we're done with ours. In the end, the mountains end up in the sea. And the horizons all roll into one, becoming a blank canvas primed for creativity. All of us dream. The dream that the songs that we hear are just songs of our own.
Long distance runner, what you standing there for? Get up, get on, get out of the door. Playing cold music on the barroom floor. Drowning your laughter and into the cold. Drinking with matches, loose on the town.
when it seems like the night will last forever, and all that's left is but a song. It's really only just getting early. It's the clocks that are running late. There is a syncopated rhythm to Mother Nature. Follow it. Let it guide you. Like the tides, we ebb and flow, casting our ripples into eternity.
If my words did glow with the gold of sunshine, and my tunes were played on the harp unstrung, would you hear my voice come through the music? Would you hold it near as it were your own? It's a hand-me-down. The thoughts are broken. Perhaps they're better left unsung. I don't know. Don't really care. Let there be songs to fill the air. Ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed, nor wind to blow. Reach out your hand. If your cup be empty, if your cup is full, may it be again, let it be known. There is a fountain that was not made by the hands of men. There is a road, no simple highway between the dawn and the dark of night. And if you go, no one may follow. That path is for your steps alone. Ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed, no wind to blow. You choose to lead, must follow. But if you fall alone. If you should stand, then who's to guide you? If I knew the way, I would take you home. La da da da, la da da da, la da da.
Remember all the things we tried to do, but only did halfway. Without love in the dream, this'll never come true. So make each day your masterpiece.
Hope you all enjoyed the film Fire on the Mountain. We're here with
Fire
Chris
on the
and Kenny
Mountain.
and David and Bill.
What was
and
that?
Emily
I
and
can't
Mark.
believe it. David Lemieux, how did you get the music like that, man? That was incredible. What selection, particularly when Donna playing in the band, she's out there going, ah, you go for it, girl. Yes.
Chris shot an incredibly inspiring film, and the footage really inspired the music is what it came from. And they had a lot of music in there already as placeholders. A lot of it we kept in there. And then a few suggestions where I saw things that just, the playing in the band, I remember having that call. And I said, I'm feeling a bit of spacey playing in the band, coming back to the reprise. It was all the footage inspiring all that wonderful music. And the Dead's music doesn't go with everything, but when it goes with something, it goes perfectly. And in this case, it really did. And I've watched this movie as many times as we all have, which is to say probably in the dozens. And I've showed it to a lot of people. And every time I watch it, I'm amazed. And I know what song is coming next, and I can't wait for it because I know that that footage that comes with it is as exciting as the music. It's a perfect mixture. I mean, I love this project. I mean, I think
David, I got to cut you off there. I've been listening for 53 years, and I have never found anything that the Grateful Dead music doesn't go to.
Well, and can I just say, I have to say, my son, or our son, who's 2 years old, calls this his movie, and the songs are his songs. Like, Ripple is Koa's song now because he is so enthralled and inspired by this whole playlist. And I just love that as a 2-year-old, and you, Bill, who's been part of the band for so long, it's like we have this legacy of connection between the mountains and the music, and it's like an orchestra out there.
So I have a couple of questions. Who was the dude who was carving it up on the snowboard?
There was the girl, she was carving it up, but Danny Davis, who's not on this call today.
I know the difference between Kimmy and the guy and the dude.
Yeah, totally.
And he's a Burton teammate. He's on Burton snowboards with me, and we've had like a long-standing relationship, but just watching him ride is like such a creative mind, and he's also a Deadhead.
Mark Pincus, how do you decide? I mean, you must get overwhelmed. I mean, we saw avalanches in the movie. Your life must be an avalanche of people saying, help, help.
Well, we get a lot of requests for the use of the Grateful Dead music, for the Grateful Dead trademarks. And when David and I look at them, the biggest thing that we talk about is it needs to be authentic. It needs to feel right. And both he and I as fans, that's how we look at it. Does it feel right to us? Oh, there's Rob.
Yeah.
That these projects need to feel authentic. And this one this was the epitome of authenticity, that you had people that were putting it together that were fans of the music and understood the feeling of the music. And then just the whole idea of nature, the outside, the bit at the end with Ripple over the credits. I absolutely love that part of the movie along with all the action. But there's just this great feeling. And this was the perfect fit of what Chris and Rob and Kimmy and Danny do, and it just having the Grateful Dead be the soundtrack to us, it just felt so right to David and me.
So Rob Machado, who just figured out the technology of how to join and turn his phone on here, Rob and his family, legendary family in San Diego here, sports, business, philanthropy, world champion surfer. Rob, how did you get involved with a bunch of skiers?
Gosh, you telling me. Oh man, geez, Chris invited me up, hey, come up to Mammoth. We're going to be doing this little night shoot thing. I thought, oh, cool. Yeah, it'll probably be down like, I don't know, they'll probably light up a couple 100 yards of the mountain, do a couple things. That'd be fun. Check it out. Next thing I knew, I was standing up on the top of a mountain in a blizzard. The whole thing's lit up with reds and blues and yellows and green. I mean, it was just like, is this a dream? Like,
it was a Grateful Dead show.
Oh, yeah. It was
never know what's really happening at those Dead shows.
So Rob is also a great musician, and he's a guitar player, and he can jam, and he can play and everything, and he just brings it all together. Rob, have you read Barbarian Days, A Surfer's Life?
Yes, I have.
Oh,
absolutely.
You've probably been to all those places.
I have, yeah, for sure. That's cool. It's a great book.
How did you find that surf spot that's highlighted in the movie Fire on the Mountain?
Well, gosh, it was an adventure, to get to that place. We had a lot of other options that kind of came and went. And, I was doing a trip out to the islands in Indonesia already. And Chris called me up one day and goes, what if we just came on that trip with you? And I was like, that's a pretty bold bold call. You know, you want to bring a lot of lighting equipment and all kinds of gear, and it's like, we're going out in the middle of nowhere. Like, there is nothing out there. And I'm like, but if you're down, I'm down. Like, let's go. And I mean, they had the craziest journey. I mean, Chris could tell you all about it. But,
30 bags.
I have a lot of bad ideas. Is what this is general idea of this Q&A is.
I have yet to find a single bad idea that's come from you. David Lemieux, tell us how the winnowing down of the music took place, and how were you able to select these particular songs? Brown Eyed Woman, New Speedway Boogie, playing in the band, Fire in the Mountain, and Ripple.
Songs that worked, and we tried a lot of things when I first saw the cut, and like I said, there was we left quite a bit in that Chris and Tyler had put in. Then there were other scenes where I watched the movie and would just play music along with it, and I would try a few things. I would get a vibe. I'd say, well, this feels like a kind of a quieter Working Man's Dead sort of scene, or maybe, I mean, Brown Eyed Women works with everything. So I tried that in a few different spots in it, and it just seemed, it was a matter of trial and error. For the most part, when I see footage, and I've been asked to work on a couple of projects like this for a suggestion for a specific scene in a movie or a TV show, and it comes down to watching that scene and seeing what feels right, and then trying it out, because a few times that song you thought would work doesn't, but then you try something else, oh, this is the perfect fit. And that's what it all came down to. And I don't think I've ever seen such a perfect fit of visuals and music. And I'm not just talking Grateful Dead. I can't imagine this movie without this music, and these songs all work perfectly with Chris's footage. So, I mean, this is to me a perfect combination, and it's something that everybody I know who has seen it, which is really a mix of both deadheads, hardcore deadheads, and adventure sports people who don't know anything about the Dead. Those people are loving the music selections, and then the deadheads are loving the footage. So, I mean, this is a crossover film if there ever was one, because it's a perfect complement to each other.
There's no difference, David, between deadheads and action sports superheroes. It's all the same, rolling into one. And when you combine nature and art and life and love and the Grateful Dead and California, the Eastern Sierras, and the South Pacific, and Rob Machado and Chris and Kimmy, and what was the dude's name who was carving it on the surfboard again?
Danny David.
Danny.
Oh,
and
Michelle Parker.
And we had Jeremy Jones as another snowboarder in the daytime Sierra footage too, obviously.
Where did you find the split tree that you jumped through in the snow?
Mammoth has a lot of. I grew up in Mammoth, so I had some little secret stashes that I had a lot of ideas and plans, and then, as David mentioned, Tyler Hamlet from Flagship was able to capture my ideas and implement his own to bring it all together. So it was a pretty very collaborative effort, as the Dead are. You know, it was everyone feeding off each other and everybody's ideas and help and vision to bring it all to life. And
where did the trip to the Arctic Circle come from?
That came from, we actually, at that point, we had like a 13-month-old baby. I'm a professional snowboarder, and my sponsor, Burton, wanted to do a spring shoot in the Arctic Circle on a sailboat. And so we had this whole very elaborate plan of like, okay, well, we're bringing our baby on a boat. And then Michelle and Danny were both on the boat as well. So it ended up being the four of us. And it was just like this very special, very unique experience, being so far away from everything in the middle of nowhere with our child on a sailboat for 6 days. But once again, a very intimate and like collaborative experience for all of us.
And what part of the Arctic Circle was that?
We were up in a canal off of Svalbard by Norway. It's like above Norway, but it's considered Norway.
400 miles from the North Pole, I believe, is what we were told. So we were quite far up there.
And all that wildlife and all the wonders of nature, just spectacular.
Yeah, and just going straight off the water up into the mountains was truly magical.
We had our guides had to have large rifles at all times in case of polar bears and things. It was quite an experience. 24 hours of daylight. So if you ever decide to bring a baby on a sailboat to the Arctic Circle, which I don't know if I recommend or not, but you can ski at 2 a.m. and your son can be sleeping on the boat. It's quite lovely, actually.
I'm not going there. I don't like cold weather.
It is cold.
But I do like, I'm with David Lemieux when he said every time he watches the movie, he sees new things. And where did you get the swirls in the artwork? Where did you get the face in the figure of that glacier?
So I see a lot of things in nature, and I do a lot of artwork, and I brought
But you are a deadhead. You see a lot of things that nobody else sees.
Yes, exactly. I brought in my friend Sky Walker, who I paint with a lot, and we had a lot of concepts and ideas to tie everything, tie every character, tie the skeletons, just tie everything Grateful Dead back into what we were creating. So it was really just a culmination of a lot of minds, and it was very fun to make.
Mark Pincus, are the costumes that they were wearing, the gear they were wearing with the skeletons and everything, are those available through the website as a licensed product?
They're unfortunately not, but I thought the surfboard with the lightning bolt was absolutely spectacular. So we are looking for a surfboard licensee. So if anybody's listening, we are open for business.
Yeah, he's listening.
Hey, what do you mean? I still got 5 of those things for sale.
Where are you going now, Rob? We got a show going on. It looks like you're going down to the park.
I'm golfing, dude. Look at.
Excuse us. Now,
yeah.
Chris Ben Shuttler, please. The van that you brought to our house and it's in the movie and everything. Can you describe that and how that came to be?
That is another work of art, and Rob is involved in that story as well, actually. And my wife letting me build out that van. But yeah, that was another passion project that turned into a bigger and greater thing. And I had mine and Sky's artwork on the side of that van for a previous project with GoPro that then felt necessary to do. Our initial concept for this movie was one large road trip, and Indonesia became, and Svalbard. It kind of morphed as things do. But I wanted the van to be a piece of that puzzle, so I did some new artwork with Sky and rewrapped the van with a vinyl wrap around it. And yeah, it's a second home for us. It's quite nice. We spent a lot of time in it, and it's another character in the movie. And it needed
what kind of reaction, Chris? What kind of reaction do you get driving down the road with that van?
I have a good story. I had a Jose Garcia pull us over once. We were sleeping in it outside Yosemite Valley, and I thought I would have a lot more trouble with police with that large of a steal your face on the side, but his call sign on the radio was Deadhead, and he knocked on the window at 2 a.m. just to make sure it wasn't anyone from the actual Grateful Dead. And he let us. He told the rest of his partners or squad that we were okay to sleep in the neighborhood we were just driving late, going rock climbing in Yosemite. So yes, I get some great reactions, and I get a lot of friendly deadheads leaving me stickers in the window and a number of different things. I get some lovely letters and things left on the van. It's always a pleasure to see the community.
Well, the next time the cops knock on the window in the middle of the night, just give him Mark Pincus's phone number. Just say,
that.
Okay. He'll take care of all of this.
Yes, exactly.
One of the endlessly great things about the Grateful Dead is how they have been able to capture in words what you guys do in images. Things like that are applicable to what you're doing right here, which is we're in the dark and we're without a net. And how do you get all those colors on the mountain in the middle of the night? Fire on the mountain, standing around the campfire, man.
That is, so I think the best way to explain that quickly is we're releasing a vinyl LP with David and Mark here, and a book that tells the entire behind the scenes, which you're a big part of, Bill. I haven't even told you, but you're in there. It's going to be a coffee table book coming to your house when it's all done. And it was complicated, but Mammoth Mountain gave us every resource we could have hoped for. And there was snow cats dragging generators, snowmobiles, human-powered people moving and everything. It took a lot of people and a lot of hard work to get
And
it.
mind you, Chris's vision for this was to do it in the gnarliest, stormiest, eye of the storm conditions. So that really overly complicated.
We really wanted to play off the control and the chaos of Mother Nature and how that intertwines with the improvisation of the dead. So there was a lot of layers to that movie. If you watch it again and again, we really wanted to have it take you on a journey.
I watch it again and again all the time. When I get feeling down, when I get feeling low, I just put on Fire on the Mountain, and it just picks me right up because it empowers me. It enables me. It's like going to a Grateful Dead concert. And I'm with David Lemieux when he says brown-eyed women can go anywhere. My wife Lori, she's got brown eyes, and I agree with that. And when I see all those dead lodgepole pines up there in the Sierras there, and how fantastic that artwork was, just seamlessly moved right in, and it just gave me that sense of going to a Grateful Dead show, and me being the statue, me being the frozen, rigid, dead tree out there. But the sense of happiness and joy and hope that always permeates every Grateful Dead show that I've ever been to. And then to be with all my friends here, I just can't believe how I'm the luckiest guy in the world, and the way it's tied into the Rex Foundation. Whose idea was this anyway, Mark Pincus? You're the boss here.
The Rex Foundation idea to do this as part of Jerry Days, I think, came from either from Rex or it came from Pete Shapiro, who gets himself in the middle of most things.
It came from Rex, actually. I spent 5 years in New York and spent most of that time at the Brooklyn Bowl, which was my neighborhood venue. I could walk there. Right. My first day that I moved there, I had to go there to get my key from my roommate who I'd never met. So I showed up to the Brooklyn Bowl with 2 suitcases, and they said, you can't bring those in here. And a couple years later, they were like, we should have just let you in with the suitcases the first time around, because you certainly moved in. I have been working with the Rex Foundation for 9 months now. And the reason that Cameron Sears, the executive director, brought me and my teammate Tori on was to dive into the history of the Rex Foundation and figure out the best way to bring that story into 2020 and introduce Rex to a whole new audience of Deadheads. We've all watched the Grateful Dead's audience really expand since Dead & Co. started playing arena tours a couple years ago, and there's a whole slew of 18 to 25-year-olds who had never heard of the Rex Foundation. And so our job was to dive into the story and see what the touch points were to bring this amazing community that Rex has built into the forefront. And so in June, I had this idea, and I called Cameron and we got approvals from him. And then I called Shapiro, and he called me and he said, well, I had this idea yesterday. And I said, well, I had it a week ago. And I was like, is that the first time that you've been beat to an idea? But he was happy to work together with us and throw off that amazing kickoff party that we watched on Saturday with the archival footage that he has from the Capitol Theater and the Brooklyn Bowl and Lock-In. And that really provided this amazing experience of getting to see some of our favorite musicians at some of my favorite venues in the world. And then we put together the following 8 days of programming to highlight all of these different players and parts of Jerry's life. So when we say celebrating the life and legacy of Jerry Garcia, that means talking to Sandy Rothman and Jesse McReynolds and these old bluegrass players that Jerry played with and hearing those stories. Talking to Jonathan Singer, who does the artwork now for Dead & Co. and is responsible for those amazing visuals that you see at the shows, and really trying to pull in all of these historical pieces so that people can learn the story of Rex Foundation and learn about the work that they're doing, which is providing small grants to organizations that are doing meaningful work. And the reason that Rex started was in the 80s, the Grateful Dead were being approached to throw a benefit concert for this and a benefit concert for that, and they just really couldn't handle the number of requests coming through. And so Danny Rifkin set up the Rex Foundation and got a big old table there at Grateful Dead HQ in San Rafael and started to take meetings about, okay, what are these requests that we're getting? How can we support these things? Is it a benefit concert? And for a long time, the Grateful Dead was responsible for funding the Rex Foundation. And now that responsibility lies with us, the fans of this music, the fans of this community, we have to continue to donate to Rex Foundation and know that they are supporting organizations across the country and across the world that are doing great work that Deadheads care about.
And how available, Hillary, in following up on that excellent report, 1983 was the year it started, 37 years ago. Bill Graham was involved at the very beginning, and all the members of the band. It was just absolutely spectacular, and all the different funding opportunities that were there to help the environment, science, the arts, education for children, and then the support of the indigenous people around the world who were fighting for their survival. And how available is all this footage going to be after the Daze Between this time come to a close on August 9th?
You can go back and watch any of the footage on Facebook and YouTube right now, and we will be pulling all of this footage and repurposing it and making sure that that story is out there and available for everyone to tune into. And we see this as the first of many opportunities to tell the Rex story. We're really excited to have this huge event to kick things off. And you know, it's been 25 years since Jerry Garcia's passing, and we miss him just as much as we did in 1995. And it's really important and amazing to watch all of these people come together to talk about Jerry's legacy and the impact that he's had, not just on the people who knew and played with him when he was alive, but on this new younger generation of musicians and fans as well. So we'll be sure that all of this content is out there so that people can get it. Listen, watch, tune in, because it's a really amazing story. And as Bill would say, the greatest story ever told.
Chris Ben Shetler, how do you explain to people who don't know you, or maybe your parents even, what it is that you do with your life?
I still haven't figured out an explanation, to be completely honest, but just passion and purpose.
You jump off cliffs.
I do jump off cliffs, but
you jump out of helicopters. You go to the North Pole and you swim with the polar bears.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a big fan of everything Mother Nature has to offer, and obviously of music. So I just try to live life to the fullest and take each day, live as presently as possible. Take each day at a time.
And what's next on the horizon?
That is a good question. More
children, hopefully.
Hopefully. That's probably coming down the pipeline. Yes, we just keep taking it day by day. Hopefully we get another opportunity to work with all you fine people. It's part two. Maybe Rob can chime in. We need to go back to Indonesia and try again.
I think Mark and I need to go, and Bill needs to go for context. So
yeah, definitely.
Yes.
And we can get you guys all up to Mammoth, have another awesome.
Yeah, maybe that's the switch. We'll be behind the scenes, and you guys are all the stars.
Exactly.
Gotta get Bill on.
I see with David. He's pretty talented.
Mark and David, are you guys skiers or winter sports guys?
We are.
Both of us are skiers. I started skiing in Mammoth in first grade and been going up there consistently ever since. Great mountain.
Yep, and I've recently I showed up to ski with Chris and Kimmy, and I showed up on my 25-year-old skis, which are about that wide. I almost got laughed off the mountain by these guys.
Yeah, right, you ripped them. That was amazing.
But I mean, I got up and down, and I've since been hooked up with proper skis, 2020 version of skis. Thank you, guys. And my skiing has improved immensely. I went back to Whistler after that, and the skis definitely do help. But I would love to be involved in another one. I was just looking at this screen and thinking, you know, look at us all smiling. We got Bill Walton. I get to work with Mark Pincus every day, one of my best friends in the world. Chris and Kimmy, Rob. I mean, our gigs are pretty good here when this is what we're doing. And we work hard, but we sure have fun.
Well, I've never been skiing, and I never will, and I will never go any place voluntarily that's cold. I do go to Mammoth, because Mammoth is an outstanding place to ride your bike. And that's what I'm old and in the way. But I can still ride my bike. And I can't walk, and I can't hike, and I can't climb those mountains the way they were doing, but I can ride my bike. And the bike riding in Mammoth is absolutely incredible. And so, and all around there, up to the June Lake, and then go up to Yosemite, and then go out in the eastern part past Bishop, and oh, wow, just spectacular, down past the Green Church. But when I was working it out with Chris as to how we were going to do all this thing, and he was going to come down to San Diego, we were going to lay down the voice work, and we were working back and forth on the script. And, you know, and Chris, he kept saying, Bill, you know, we'd like to do something for you and, you know, pay you for this. We don't have any money, but we'd like to, you know, offer you something. And I said, no, I'm fine. I'm just, you know, I know Mark Pincus and I know David Lemieux, and I'm with the Grateful Dead. I'm a Deadhead, and I'm happy to do this. Because as soon as I saw it and found out about it, it was the coolest thing ever. And then Chris said, well, Bill, how about a pair of custom skis that I have from, what's the name of your sponsor again?
Atomic skis.
Atomic, yeah, okay, whatever it was. I don't know. I'm not a skier. And so I said, I don't, what am I going to do with a pair of skis? And so Nick, who's your age, Nick is sitting right next to me, and Nick's elbowed me. He said, Bill, take the skis, Bill. And sure enough, when Chris and Kimmy came down and we did the voice work, then Chris presented Nick with an incredible pair of skis with all kinds of beautiful Grateful Dead logos all over it. Yes. So thank you.
You're so welcome. Anytime.
Ariel is really the one that brought Fire on the Mountain to the Daze Between and said, we have to include this. It's the perfect pairing of the outdoor world. And Ariel lives in Denver, which is a hot spot for outdoor activities and the Grateful Dead. And so he brought this to us as an idea, and I just can't thank you enough, Ariel. It's an amazing film, and would love to hear just sort of your thought process of how this fit in.
Yeah, I think everyone touched on it a tiny bit, and thank you guys all again for being available tonight. The Grateful Dead provides more than just the soundtrack to the film, but it's the soundtrack to our day-to-day. It's the soundtrack for taking my son to daycare. It's the soundtrack for mowing my lawn. It's the soundtrack for going out on a hike. And it's been a foundation musically for me personally. And talking about reaching a new age group and new Grateful Dead fans, what better way is there to do that than the outdoors? These are the people who are buying the tie-dye shirt that Chris is wearing today, and that are watching these ski and snowboard and surf films. And this made it made perfect sense to me. We talked before about Jerry's wingspan, which is bigger than Bill's. It's bigger. And the outdoors is definitely part of that. Jerry was a diver, right? So we want to tap into a little bit of that culture as well. And it just
Jerry was an outdoorsman and a superhero action figure. You know, he was
exactly.
He was a health nut.
But yeah, this made perfect sense. And I think being able to deliver this to old school Deadheads and the younger generation of outdoors people and find that perfect marriage, again, I can't say it enough, it made perfect sense. And so again, really, I just want to say thanks to everybody for taking some time and making this contribution to Daze Between. And I will also add that Teton Gravity Research, which is the company that helped distribute the film, they've got a great line of licensed merchandise on their website. And those folks have been kind enough that to donate 5% of every item sold from August 1st to August 9th to Rex Foundation. So it's really a tremendous thing how this entire community has rallied behind this event.
I'd like to thank Rob Machado for his sacrifice today. How many holes did you miss here during the tournament, Rob?
I actually hit the best shot I hit all day while you guys were talking to me, so thank you.
That's the way it works with the Grateful Dead.
It was beautiful, beautiful timing. It's a beautiful day. I'm just stoked to be here listening, part of the whole conversation.
And thank you to David Lemieux for the genius, the brilliance, and the ability to pull it all together. And Mark Pincus with the blessing. Thank you, sir. You look like Father Guido Sarducci right there, and just waiting to absolve us all of having a good time together.
We're all having a good time. We're keeping the music alive. The music will never stop.
Long live the Grateful Dead. Long live the Rex Foundation. Long live Chris and Kimmy and David and Mark and Rob and Hillary and Ariel. Yeah, what a show. What a time. Let's watch that movie again.
Yeah.
Play it.
Chris, what happens if you watch it backwards?
I actually haven't done that yet.
You haven't done that yet?
No. I'm gonna have to try that as soon as we as soon as we hang up the Zoom.
It's very cool. It's how I got here today.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
My roadmap to the
And
future.
thank you, Bill.
Yes, thank you all so much. And I mean, Kimmy and Rob and all the athletes that were involved. I mean, everyone on this panel and everyone behind the scenes. I have a million thank yous and am forever grateful to help me make this dream happen.
Chris, before we go, tell us the story of the big mural that you painted and whatever happened to that. That was an incredible piece of art.
Thank you so much. There was the one that's on the side of my van is in someone's home. Thankfully, we had a couple different tour stops and shows, and a friend of a friend. And here's our little 2-year-old, and he's actually wearing his Grateful Dead hoodie. Thank you, Mark Pincus. Look at that.
He's looking good. He's looking good.
Yes. Yeah. No, we had a lot of
paintings. Or is that from the parking lot?
Say that one more time, sorry.
Is that actually from Mark Pincus or is that from the parking lot?
That's actually from the folks that I don't know if it's directly from Mark, but it was close enough. It was from the Warner crew.
So what happened to the artwork and the mural?
Yes, so that mural is living in someone's home, an avid fan of the Dead and a collector of my artwork. And then we actually have a 3-story mural that we painted at Canyon Lodge at Mammoth Mountain that you're gonna have to go see in the summer sometime so you don't freeze your toes. But we, we took some of the artwork Sky and I recreated some of the artwork that lives on some of the different product collaborations that I've done with all the Warner crew. Because there's a whole nother slew of products coming out with Smart Wool and with Atomic again. I have another ski, so I'm gonna have to get Nick another pair of skis, I guess. and David and Mark, and then Rob's hopefully, maybe a line of surfboards will be coming out. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Rob Machado, do you do this snowboarding and the ski sloping? I saw you climbing the mountain there.
Yeah, man. I was fortunate enough to get reunited with the mountains after I kind of stopped competing on the world tour, and I've been going up there and hanging out with Chris and Kimmy, which has some interesting moments. They, they take you out of the normal path of least resistance. But we get on our own adventures, Indonesia was an exciting adventure. We got to surf at night and, see some little creatures swimming around and be glowing out there, floating around. But it was, it's good, man. I strap on a snowboard and go out there and try to keep up with those guys. It's unbelievable. I love it.
Do you carve like that guy? What was the guy's name again that carves? I got to write this down. What's his name?
Danny Davis.
Danny. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah. Huge deadhead. Too.
I'm a deadhead.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess we're going to go ahead and tie it up. We've got some more programming to get to. We've got Holly Bowling tonight, as well as Goose and Twiddle that are going to be our late night show. So just wanted to say thank you again to all of you folks for taking some time to come tell your stories and share
Fire on the Mountain.
Your experience. So thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks
everyone.
Fire on the Mountain. Chris Benchadler, David Lemieux, Mark Pincus, Rob Machado, Hillary, Ariel. Yeah, what a team. Let's go. Let's do this again.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, I think that music brings people together in the common goal of just getting together to have a good time, first of all, you know. But then, you know, you find a common goal or a common cause that you're, you know, all into, and then you start to see, well, there's also a need, you know, we're not just jamming and having fun for the hell of it, you know, we can put something to it, you know. Thinking about that and what the guys have done over the years, you know, and the passion that they've taken, you know, to have the Rex benefit, I feel like it means hearing someone sing a friend in need and extending your hand, you know, to truly just say, hey, I hear you, I see your need, and giving them something that they need that will help them or to boost them or to inspire them. You know, you inspire through music, you can also inspire financially, because that's what gets things done in this society.
to see the captain, the strangers I could find. Laid my proposition down, laid it on the line. Won't slave for beggars' pay, likewise golden jewels. I would slave to learn the way to sink your ship of fools, a ship of fools on a cool sea, a ship of fools sail away from me. It was later than I thought I first believed you. Now I cannot share your laughter, ship of fools. Saw your first ship sinking down, rocking of the boat. All that could not sink or swim is there left to float. I won't leave you drifting down. Oh, it makes me wild. 30 years upon my head to have you call me child. Ship of fools on a cool sea. Ship of fools sail away from me. It was later than I thought when I first believed you. Now I cannot share your laughter, ship of fools. Bottle stands as empty as it was filled before. The time there wasn't plenty from that cup no more. Though I could not caution on, still might want a few. Don't lend your hand to wave no flag. Top no ship of fools, a ship of fools on a cool sea. A ship of fools sail away from me.
hearts are plenty, men of high degree. None but Jack the Sailor, true love ever be. Oh, true love ever be. Well, Jackie's gonna send him with trouble on his mind. He's left his native country and his darling girl behind. Oh, his darling girl behind. She went down to the tailor shop dressed in lingerie. She climbed aboard a vessel to convey herself away. Oh, convey herself away. Get on board, sir, your name we'd like to know. She smiled on her countenance, they call me Jackaro. Oh, they call me Jackaro. Well, I see your waist is slender, your fingers they are small. Your cheeks too red and rosy, your face that can't fall. That cannonball. Well, I know my waist is slender, my fingers may be small, but it would not make me tremble to see 10,000 fall. Oh, to see 10,000 fall. head back, better butter my bread. Well, you know it's like I said, better head back to Tennessee jail. Tennessee, Tennessee, there ain't no place I'd rather be. Baby, won't you carry me back to Tennessee? Baby, won't you carry me
That's fun. I think so. Dude, you made me laugh so hard. Like right when we hit the chorus that second time, and I like fucked up my harmony because I was like, I saw you just like, yes. You like snapped the shit out of it.
When a Ravelo snaps some shit, you know
I
it's good.
I couldn't handle it.
That was great. That's gonna be the best part of the video.
Yeah. I was like laughing through the rest of the chorus. It was great. And I'm pretty sure the camera was on you, so like it kind of makes
Really?
sense. I
Did
think
you
it
get
was.
Yeah, I think so.
Dude, you fucking crushed it.
That was awesome.
Out on lonely hillside, in a cabin low and small, live the sweetest rose of color, my holy fall. Her hair is bright and shiny, and her voice was sweet to me. She knew that I would always love her, and I hope she loved me. I asked her to be my darling, and this is what she said. Know that I will only be happy when you are. will roll. Make myself a bed by the waterside. In my time, I will roll. In a bed by the waterside, I will lay my head, listen to the river sing sweet songs to rock my soul. River gonna take me, sing me sweet and sleep. Sing me sweet and sleep all the way back home. It's a far gone lullaby sung many years ago. Mama, mama, many worlds have come since I first left home. Going home by the waterside, I will lay my home, listen to the river sing sweet songs to rock my soul. Going to plant weeping willow on the bank's green edge. It will grow. Sing a lullaby beside the water. Lovers come and go. River, roll. Fare you well. I love you more than words can tell. Listen to the river sing sweet songs to rock my soul.
right outside this lazy summer home. You don't got time to call your soul a critic, no. Right outside the lazy gate of winter summer home. Wondering where the night hatch with wings a mile long. It's carrying the bird away. Wake up to find out that you are these eyes. The heart has its beaches, its homeland, thoughts of the sun. Wait now, discover that you are the song that the morning sings. The heart has its seasons, its evenings, songs of its own. Comes a redeemer, he slowly too fades away. Follows behind him, his wagon is loaded with grain. Seeds that were silent all burst into bloom and decay. The night comes so quiet and it's soft on the heels of the day. The heart has its season and its evenings. Wait now, discover you are the song. The heart Sometimes we live no particular way, but sometimes we visit your country or we live in yours. Sometimes we ride on your horses. Sometimes we walk alone. Sometimes the songs that we sing are just songs of our own.